Hallo, hallo. Ja. Hallo, hallo.
Laying the foundation for the sixth national.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to you to the Kampala Serena Hotel as we prepare for the dissemination of the National Population and Housing Census 2024 report. My name is Ben Wine. I'm alongside the incredible and beautiful and indefatigable.
You can stop there. My name is Mildred Twice, period. That's just it. All right, Ben, I would like to ask, we are waiting for the detailed report, right?
Right.
Do you know how many we are?
I know that EP released the results recently, and I think it was 45.9 million, right?
Are you sure?
Yeah,
How
45,
about,
I think 45.9 million.
how about the 35,046 people? You could be leaving me out.
And
in that
myself
number.
actually also.
So it's okay for you to mention the 49,935,046. Okay? So you don't leave leaving no one behind.
Leaving no one behind.
Yes, SDGs, leaving no one behind.
And that's the thing, Mildred, that many times when we are doing things like population, it's very easy to get bogged down by rounding off without, remembering that 46 at the end.
Those 46
are very, very important.
Extremely important. That's very true. And of course, we still are more than you. When I say we, I'm talking about the females are more than the men. The minister the other time said that more babies, male babies are born, but they die earlier. I'm not so sure about that.
Really? Is it because the men get stressed so much by the women that they die off quickly?
We keep more stress.
Yeah,
we absorb more stress and retain it.
That's
you're cowards.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
We're looking forward to receiving our chief guest as we find out some more detail. Why is it important for us to be able to get a census going every 10 years? What are some of the things that come out of being able to do a census that are really critical for us as a country?
I think, Ben, before you think about census holistically as a country, you need to look at it in your home state.
Right.
Before you buy how many kilos of meat or start planning for what the household will have, you have to know how many people you are in the household.
How many are you cooking for?
How many are you cooking for? If it is kilograms of meat, how many can you be able to take up? So it's just that we tend to emphasize the country and make it look like so big. No, take the country as, a small unit, a home.
At micro.
That is managed by the president.
Well, that would be me.
But anyway, I'm talking about a country.
No, I said in the home.
Okay,
President in the home.
Okay,
yeah.
No worries, no worries. President in your home. So it's good for planning.
Yeah, but also
don't have the statistics.
Yeah, because if you break it down even in the home, you can actually do analysis, because I did statistics at the university, and you can break it down. So for example, if you have 6 people in your home, how many of them are men, how many of them are women? That determines how much they eat.
How much you're spending on health care, how much you're spending on food.
On bread, because how many people in the tent here have teenagers in their house? If
Pastor was supposed to raise his hand.
If you're here and you have teenagers in your house.
Are you relating teenagers to food?
Yes, I am, because the people who have teenagers will tell you that the average consumption of bread, how much money do you spend on bread per week? If you can take a figure. Commissioner.
How many loaves of bread do you have to buy? Commissioner has to buy 10.
Two per day.
2
per week. So you spend 2 per week. It
should be if commissioner is spending 2.
He has no teenagers though, right?
No, he could be having.
Yeah.
But maybe he's promoting a lot of healthy eating. He's saying bread is not good, wheat and what have you.
But also, he's from the Ministry of Finance and the Planning and Economic Development. They're very frugal. So people are very, they have to manage budgets.
Yeah.
Pastor Silva, how much money do you spend on bread on average daily?
Okay, how many loaves? How many loaves?
Yeah.
2 loaves per daily.
2 loaves per day. Okay. Who here has no children yet? So in your household, it's just you and your spouse and maybe the maid, right? Okay. How much bread do you eat on average?
In most cases, those ones talk healthy eating. Ask them how much they spend on fruits.
On fruits. Okay. So you see how the statistics becomes very, you can actually analyze that a household that has more teenagers will spend a lot more on bread, for example.
And you know well that close to more than 75% of our population is young people.
Yeah.
So I normally tell people, if you're out of the 30 bracket, count yourself as starting to get to senior citizen level because you are the least number of Ugandans.
That's very, very true.
Painfully so.
And it's the
Yeah.
truth. And so again, the importance of these results is such that we are then able to start thinking about how we plan for the country. I know we have the National Planning Authority here. I think the board chair is around. I see Professor Chiremide with us as well, and the team from NPA. And they're able to now then start thinking, what decisions do we make on behalf of Uganda based on how quickly we are growing? I'm told that we have almost 2 million people who turn 18 in Uganda every year.
Sure. So we think about how many will be turning of age election-wise 5 years to come.
That's very important.
Because the other day there were political parties which were releasing figures and I said,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
we'll just let the figures be the way they are.
So yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the
Sure.
breakdown, and we'll get a detailed report of what's been happening. I want to say thank you to the people who have been behind the counting. It's not like it's very laborious. It's
Especially, it was very, very great, and thanks to the UBOS team, especially the board together led by the Census Commissioner and the ED of UBOS, that in a record 4 months, like 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
we have all the details.
You-
After 1 month
Yeah.
from the last day of enumeration, we had preliminary results already.
Do you know how long the last one took for us to have the results?
How long was that again?
2 years. So
Yeah.
you can imagine how much.
We had to collect papers
Yeah.
and analyze and enter data.
Which is a very good point for us to acknowledge the team from UBOS. If you're here and you're a member of staff at the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, could you please stand for?
Just stand up for recognition.
Just so we can
UBOS
honor
team,
you.
all the way from the board downwards to the last person.
Everyone who works at UBOS, please stand.
And let's give them a round of applause. Please, this is your day.
Yeah.
You are the reason we are here.
We
It's your
celebrate you.
efforts.
Thank you for counting us.
Yes, sure.
People made the noise, they complained, they what, but you did a wonderful job. And now because of that, Professor Babazi and her team are able to go and plan for this country
Yeah.
much better.
The Ministry of Finance is able to tell how much money do we give to health facilities,
Absolutely.
how much money do we give to infrastructure,
Yeah,
ICT and all that.
exactly.
Yeah, sure.
135,000 people involved in the counting. That's a
Yeah,
really good number.
yeah.
You
That's
can
a
imagine.
team
It is a team.
that the EG, the Census Commission actually had to deal with. And many of them had to swim. That is
Okay.
commitment. That is commitment.
That is commitment.
Yeah, sure.
Some really good stories. We do have a small video that sort of captures the journey of how we have gotten to this point.
That's very
And so
true.
if you please fix your eyes on the screen now, we'll play a short video that sort of talks about the journey of where we have come from to get to today.
So ladies and gentlemen,
Laying the foundation for the sixth National Population and Housing Census that took place between the 10th to 26th May 2024. Ahead of the actual exercise, the initial steps included census mapping process, a process aimed at producing geo-referenced maps and demarcating enumeration areas countrywide. This was closely followed by a pilot census in 2023, implemented in 16 districts to inform the actual requirements and conduct of the main census. All the learnings from this pilot would ensure better implementation of the actual census. The overall objective of the National Population and Housing Census is to maintain approximate decennial censuses and ensure availability administrative levels for the development of a coordinated and integrated data collection system in the country. The Executive Director, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, as the Census Commissioner, had the overall responsibility for the National Population and Housing Census, laying the foundation for the sixth National Population and Housing Census that took place between the 10th to 26th May 2024. Starting in 2022, 2 years ahead of the actual exercise. The initial steps included census mapping process, a process aimed at producing geo-referenced maps and demarcating enumeration areas countrywide. This was closely followed by a pilot census in 2023, implemented in 16 districts to inform actual payments of the main census. All the learnings from this pilot would ensure better implementation of the actual census. The overall objective of the National Population and Housing Census is to maintain approximate decennial censuses and ensure availability of the time series population benchmark statistical information at various administrative levels for the development of a coordinated and integrated data collection system in the country. The Executive Director, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, as the Census Commissioner, had the overall responsibility for the National Population and Housing Census 2024 while coordinating with the National Census Council, Parliament, the Board Census Committee, Census Management Team, and the Census Technical Advisory Committee. The Bureau also worked with various other stakeholders, among them ministries, departments and agencies, higher local governments, civil society organizations, private sector, development partners, academic and research institutions, eminent persons, as well as the media during implementation of the census. Under the theme, It Matters to Be Counted, the 6th National Population and Housing Census 2024 was launched on 12th December 2023 by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, and the census was conducted between the 10th to 26th May 2024. A total of 130,391 enumerators and 14,572 supervisors were dispatched with a carefully curated questionnaire to different parts of the country between May 9th and 26th, and they gathered data from towns, hard-to-reach villages, and refugee settlements. They met locals and foreigners. They interviewed and interacted with people of all ages, religions, tribes, and were purposeful about including people with disabilities. The data collected includes demographic and social characteristics, such as age, disability status, equity in wealth distribution, health, where we would count data for the aspects such as life expectancy, maternal mortality, fertility rates, and many others. Education, literacy, and labor market indicators, immigration, residence, and migration patterns. More specifically, on a household level, we set out to collect information on housing conditions, assets and amenities, distance to social services, as well as household economic activities, for example, agricultural activities. The data collected is comprehensive and inclusive of all sectors and thus provides a yardstick for proper planning and development of our country. The method of data
To have an opening prayer that will be led by Pastor Martin Semper, accompanied by Sheikh Muhammad Ali Resma, our deputy.
Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Precious Father, we want to thank you for this day. We thank you that the journey that started many years ago is come to a successful conclusion. We thank you that the information that has been gathered about our people will be used for taking us forward many years to come. We speak a blessing over this ceremony. We speak a blessing over the information, for it is you who say, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. We thank you that you have given us fruitfulness from the east, from the mountains of the east to the western mountains, from the north to the south, Lord. We thank you and we speak a blessing on our event today, that as we get this information, it will be used for the purposes that you intended it to do. The glory of your name and the furtherance and development of your people. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
In the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful. Praise be to thee, the cherisher and sustainer of the world. Thank you, Lord, for this precious achievement as we gather here to celebrate the dissemination of the population and housing census results. We thank you, Lord, that this has been achieved with your divine guidance. We pray that it will impact greatly onto the planning and development of our nation. We thank you for all those that have been part of doing this precious job. And we thank you for the supporters, the donors, and partners who have been party to make this a reality. We pray, Lord, that you continue to be with us, that our nation is protected and developed. In your mighty name we pray.
Thank you very much. You may now be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Our chief guest, the Right Honorable Nabanja, who incidentally happens to be a very good dancer. In case you missed her, I think in her other life she would make a very good dancer with the troop. Our Honorable Minister of State in Finance and Planning, the Honorable Ogolobi, the Honorable Oboth, Honorable Kabyanga. I saw Permanent Secretary for ICT, Dr. Zawede. We have representatives from the Ministry of Finance, our board chair at UPOS. I saw the board chair at the National Planning Authority and your members. I'm sure they'll be introduced in their full capacities in a bit. Our development partners. I know that we have some of our friends from the diplomatic corps in the East African community. Allow me to say all protocol observed, because if we do go through protocol, we shall spend the entire morning introducing every single one of you. Allow me to welcome you to what's a very special day for us as a country. My name is Ben Mene. I'm alongside Mildred Tuhaise, and our job is to simply ensure that we celebrate our dissemination of the National Population and Housing Census 2024 report. We know that the census is very important because even Jesus was born during the census. That's how key these things are to us. And today we get to get some more detail in terms of what this means for us as a country. And it's why Dr. Mbabazi and her team have camped here and are waiting to get all the data that they need to plan for Uganda as we prepare to launch NPP4. But as we start, of course, we are hosted today, Madam Prime Minister, by UBOS, and I'll ask Mildred to take over and help us invite our hosts to come and get us going this morning.
Thank you very much, Ben. Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for your time. And of course, I don't think there is anyone more excited than the UBOS team, that is the board chair and the executive director, because in a record 4 months after the last day of enumeration, we are having the detailed report, because we had preliminary results released in the presence of the President of the Republic of Uganda just 1 month after that. And I was earlier on asking Ben how many we are, and I would like to confirm without leaving anyone behind that we're 45,935,46 Ugandans, at least as according to the preliminary results that were released. I know many of us would like to know how many, what is the most populous region, how many come from the west, from the north, from the south, in terms of culture. You know, there was a whole conversation between the tribe with the most populous people, and whether it's because they're most fertile or they've decided to preserve or whatever is that. Those are the details we'll be delving into. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the board chair of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Albert Byamjisha, to come and speak to us. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. The Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Nabanja, Honorable Cabinet Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament here, representatives of the development partners, the board management and staff of UBOS. We have the executive board of the National Planning Authority here, distinguished members of the various census committees, our dear census stakeholders, both in public, civic, and private sectors, and our religious and cultural leaders here. That's all invited guests and media. Good morning. I take the singular honor and pleasure on behalf of the board of directors and management of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics.
Yeah, good morning, Uncle.
Right Honorable Professor on this occasion of the dissemination of the mean results of the 2024 Population and Housing Census. Before we proceed, it is my distinct honor on behalf of the Board of Directors to express our appreciation to His Excellency the General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who officially launched this landmark exercise on December 12th, 2023 at Koro Independence Grounds, and receiving preliminary results on 27th, a month after. I would also like to appreciate Right Honorable Robin Nabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, our guest of honor this morning. As chairperson of the National Census Council, her leadership was instrumental in overseeing this complex operation. Through her commitment and stewardship, we are here today, Madam. I don't remember how many calls, how many messages to send day and night during the enumeration exercise. It was innumerable. Thank you very much. Our guest of honor, once again, allow me on behalf of the board management and the staff of UBOS to congratulate you for winning the prestigious Global Women Leadership Award at the Global Power Women Conference, New York 2024 by the Center for Economic and Leadership Development in special consultation with the United Nations Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC of New York. This recognition celebrated you as a distinguished leader who has demonstrated exceptional leadership on a global scale, inspiring countless individuals and driving significant change, both within and our country, regionally and internationally. Thank you very much, Madam. Keep joining me also to give a round of applause to Right Honorable. The last time we were here on 27th June for the release of the preliminary results, we did promise that the final report would be ready by the end of September 2024. I am glad, therefore, that we are here today for the same. This is a key milestone in our country and in history of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. For conducting a census and having the final report disseminated in less than 6 months. It had never happened, and this is the first. And I think on record, Uganda takes the first place in Africa. To that effect, Madam Guest of Honor, we thank government for having committed resources to carry out this critical activity as mandated by Section 14 of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics Act 1998. Government funded this important activity to a tune of 99%, and the development pattern has covered 1%. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda Bureau of Statistics was established by the Act of Parliament on June 11th, 1998, with the mandate to collect, analyze, and disseminate accurate, relevant, and timely statistical information, which, Right Honorable, you are going to disseminate today. Over the years, Uganda Bureau of Statistics has developed data and statistics products through various surveys, censuses, and administrative data sources. These products inform evidence-based decision-making and guide our nation's policies on socio-economic development. The 2024 National Population and Housing Census is not only a key milestone for Uganda, but a significant achievement within the national statistical system. By joining our East African neighbors, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda plus Burundi, in conducting a digital census, Uganda now has access to high quality geospatial data that will enhance our ability to plan for future infrastructure, health services, education, and housing needs. Your Excellencies, at the national level, we had different census committees that made this census a reality. And I will request that members of the various committees who participated very actively possibly to rise up in a group for recognition, as I mentioned them. Apart from the Right Honorable Prime Minister, we had the National Census Council. This was chaired none other than Right Honorable Prime Minister Robin Nabanja, our guest of honor today. And this was the highest level committee and comprised of few cabinet ministers. We had the Minister of Finance, represented by Honorable Amos Rugorobi. I hope if you don't mind. Then we had Honorable Boss, Minister of Defense. You remember we had the problems in the field, and he made sure that the situation was calm and we were able to collect information. So, Right Honorable, thank you very much for that. Then we had the ICT. Minister of ICT, we have now Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga. At that time, the one who was managing that one was Honorable Jomonsi. You formed the committee and they started actually explaining it to the public. And even you wrote articles, several articles in the newspapers to explain about the census. Then we had the Minister of Lands and Internal Affairs. I think they are not here with us. Then Minister of Health, Agriculture, and the other departments. The second committee was the National Census Steering Committee, which is chaired by the Permanent Secretary and Secretary of Treasury, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, and deputized by the chairperson of the National Planning Authority, Professor Pamela. Stand up, please. You chaired so many meetings, almost weekly, and you can see now the fruits of the same. And it was comprised of permanent secretaries from the key ministries, which I have talked about. Then it was informed by the board census committee chaired by myself. And we have the board members. I want you to stand up for recognition. We have Dr. Chris Muchiza, stand up, is executive director. We have Miss Irene Birunji. Irene Birunji represents the private sector. We have Miss Rosette Nakavuma. She represents Ministry of Finance. And we have Dr. Aline Kabajeni, represents academia. And then Dr. Rogers Mate, representing National Planning Authority. And then Dr. Jacob Oporot, representing Bank of Uganda, is not here with us, is out of the country. Then the first one is the Census Technical Advisory Committee, chaired by the UBOS Deputy Executive Director, that rallied the technical input and the guidance from different ministries, departments, agencies, and other stakeholders. I think if you are here, that committee, you did good work. You informed us. Periodically, can you stand up for recognition? Census Technical Advisory Committee, stand up. Thank you very much. Then the Census Management Team, chaired by the Director, Methodology and Statistical Coordination Services. We have Mr. James Muwonge with your team. Can you stand up, please, for recognition? Okay, you are behind there. And then we had the district committees right off from the district up to the parish level. They did numerous work. Now we have other important people and ministries that supported us. Of course, the first one is Minister of Finance. I want you, Honorable Amos, to stand up again, because what you did, you can't believe it. Together with your team from Minister of Finance, you made sure finance. You did very good work, made all of the preparations. Honorable, you supported, presented the papers in the cabinet, but of course you had the right Honorable Prime Minister on your right hand side, and the cabinet, the budget was passed. So we thank you so much. Then we have the management, we have the development partners. And these development partners, they were represented by UNFPA Country Director, Madam Gift Mahunga. Would you stand up please, for your recognition? She's a country director of UNFPA. She's the one who was coordinating all the development partners, the UN agency, development partners. The 1% I was talking about, she raised it through those people. Then we have the management and of course the executive director, UBOS, who is a census commissioner. Please stand up, Dr. Mochiza. So we only have one census commissioner who releases the results and is the one. Together with now the management and the board and UBOS staff, can you please stand up? You did wonderful work. UBOS staff. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So in conclusion, on behalf of the board of directors and management of UBOS, I extend sincere appreciation to the people of Uganda for their cooperation in the successful execution of the national population census. I also acknowledge the higher local government census committees, of course, I've talked about, for their commendable efforts in publicizing and managing the exercise. And finally, further appreciate the invaluable support we got from all other people I have not mentioned. Thank you very much. It matters to be counted. Thank you very much.
Another big hand clap for Dr. Yamtisha. Like I said, if we do protocol, we'll introduce everyone in the room, but do allow me to recognize the presence of our Minister of State for Health, Dr. Nphc. Thank you so much for being with us. She has to be a doctor, Madam Prime Minister. If you're in the Ministry of Health for us, we baptize you doctor by default. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Yamcha talked about development partners giving us 1% of the funds that we needed. Under normal circumstances, 1% seems like a very small fraction. Just that in this case, the 1% was actually a lot of money. And I want to say a big thank you to our development partners, and I'm now going to invite our country rep for the UNFPA, Madam Gift Malunga, to come as we celebrate her for working this journey with us. Please do welcome our country representative for the UNFPA, Gifts Malunga, as she comes.
I'm actually representing the UN family as the resident coordinator and the development partners. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Planning, Cabinet Ministers here present, Honorable Members of Parliament, representatives of development partners, the chairperson of Uganda Bureau of Statistics and the UBOS board, the executive director, UBOS, heads of government, ministries, departments and agencies, all government officials here present, representatives of private sector, civil society organizations, representatives of religious and cultural institutions, or participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. On behalf of the wider development partner community in Uganda and the United Nations system, I'm really honored to join the guests of honor and all invited guests for the dissemination of the 2024 National Population and Housing Census. I would like to add my voice also in congratulating the Uganda Bureau of Statistics on this remarkable achievement. I mean, releasing the census results within just 4 months of the enumeration exercise. I think it demonstrates your dedication and commitment to excellency. you have positioned UBOS as a model for other national statistical offices in the continent, not just here in Uganda, but in the continent. I commend you for recognizing the value of digital approaches, which have significantly contributed to the timely generation of data and statistics. By embracing technology and innovation, UBOS has not only accelerated the results process, but also set a new benchmark for efficiency that will enhance all aspects of data collection and analysis in Uganda and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of timely data and statistics cannot be overstated, especially in light of the recent global discussions at the SDG summit last year and the summit of the future just held a few days ago in New York. The Right Honorable Prime Minister led Uganda's delegation at both events. These discussions highlighted the urgent global desire to accelerate development progress, fostering a future that is peaceful, environmentally sustainable, free from deprivation, and inclusive for all. So the timely release of these census results aligns perfectly with these global aspirations and will play a critical role in guiding Uganda's effort to fast-track implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. So as the government prepares the fourth National Development Plan, we also from the UN family are preparing our next country cooperation framework, and other development partners are also doing likewise. The whole idea is to align our efforts with the national priorities. These census results, along with the recent surveys like the Demographic and Health Survey, ensuring that all best and are aligned to national priorities. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, while the national launch of these results is a significant milestone, it is essential that this evidence is widely disseminated and fully utilized at all levels. My appeal to you, boss, is to ensure these findings reach decision makers at the national, subnational, and even household levels through our parish model. As we face pressing demographic megatrends, such as climate change, the increasing number of deprived young people, and the growing demand for better governance and accountability, we must use the new data to respond more effectively. As development partners, we are committed to working with the government and other stakeholders to further analyze this data, providing crucial insights into Uganda's demographic landscape. The UN family will continue to support this through the ongoing joint program on data and statistics. We believe this information will empower state and non-state actors to make informed investments that address the needs and unlock the potential of Uganda's dynamic population. Moreover, this data will allow us to track on national, regional, and global commitments, including the Sustainable Development Goals, the Africa Agenda 2063, and the East Africa Agenda 2050, among other global commitments. In conclusion, I reiterate the development partner community in Uganda, along with the United Nations system, that we are so proud to collaborate with the government of the Republic of Uganda on this critical process. We remain committed to working alongside all development actors to strengthen the enabling environment for the generation and utilization of data and statistics. Indeed, it matters to be counted. I thank you.
A big thank you to the UN family, and thank you to Madame Malonga, representing the UN Resident Coordinator, Susan Amondo. Madam Prime Minister, as we have been counting Ugandans, you might be aware that Uganda is one of the most hospitable countries in the world. And because of that, we also do host a number of refugees and people who are from neighboring countries. And of course, this is something that our chief guest oversees personally. And I'm delighted that we have some people from our neighboring countries joining us here today. I'd like to just quickly recognize the team which is here from the Embassy of South Sudan. If you could kindly stand so we can honor your presence. I know that we have some people who are with us right there. Thank you so much for being here. I'm also informed that we have the Deputy Head of Mission from the Embassy of Kenya with us, Sulaiman Ibrahim Roba. Good to see you, sir. You're very welcome. And also from the Embassy of Burundi, the Deputy Head of Mission there, Revat Mibona. Thank you so much, and the rest of the diplomatic community for being with us. Now, the counting has been done. We've had some preliminary results being shared. What we're going to do now is get the main report. As the board chair had alluded to earlier, only one person by law is allowed to be able to release this report. And it is now my singular honor to invite our Census Commissioner, who also happens to double as the Executive Director of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Chris Mukiza, to come and to do what brought us here this morning.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister and the Chief Guest, Cabinet Ministers present, Board Chairperson and board members, the board from NPA, all the distinguished guests, members of staff, good morning. As you remember, we published the preliminary results on 27th of June. And today we are giving you the comprehensive report to answer all the 5 questions. What is my PowerPoint? Okay, my work will be to give highlights, and I'll be calling experts. There will not be many, there will be 2. One will give details on population, composition, and population dynamics. The other one will give the economic indicators, socio-economic indicators, including labor force and the community level characteristics. I want to also join the chairman to acknowledge government, development partners, and all stakeholders who actively participated and ensured the successful conduct of the census. The chairman forgot to acknowledge the districts and the city census committees that were the front troops that collected the data. And these were chaired by cows. We appreciate their effort. I know the districts have been invited and they are here represented by cows, chairmen, and the district planners. Can they stand up for recognition if they are here? Those people were the ones suffering in the jungles, and we greatly appreciate your effort. We shall come back and reconcile on other matters later. Now that we have finished the main things. Special appreciation goes to UPDF Uganda Police Force, Uganda Prisons, and Electoral Commission. These people provided trucks that carried materials to the districts. We only put in fuel. And they also provide the same trucks to retrieve the materials that are retrievable. Electoral Commission and the ISO went further to provide vehicles that moved the district supervisors into all villages. So we appreciate you. And this is how government should work. We shouldn't work in silos, that this is mine. Because of the cost that they saved by providing the trucks is enormous. I want to give special thanks to Our Excellency the President, who supported us from the beginning and up to today. He sends you greetings, all of you. I know the Prime Minister will give that statement. This is the 11th census that Uganda conducted. It is the 6th after independence, and it is the third that Uganda Bureau of Statistics has conducted by the first digital census. Whereas other censuses will take at least 2 years to disseminate the final and detailed findings, we have taken exactly 4 months and 7 days. This is the record. I don't know whether anybody in Africa has done this. So very soon they'll come to benchmark on statistics here. Right, Prime Minister, I want to assure you that UBOS is a center of excellence, and all national offices in Africa have visited us to benchmark on other best practices. And we have taken them also to the UN Commission of Statistics. So the 60 days, this one is the process. You all know it. I will not bother with it. I think there's somebody who has an effective remote than me. We had, this census had very many questions, and people were saying, but why? We had 160 questions. A standard census would have less than 40. But because this was the only opportunity to gather as much information as possible, we knew we were in the process of developing the fourth national development plan, and we had a data issue. So by asking all of these questions, we wanted to cover, to make sure that we have baseline information for the planning. So Professor Pamela, now we expect a better national development plan. You have the benchmark. You all know this population. It has been revised slightly downwards by about 20,000 people. There were duplicates from the preliminary that we gave you. What we noticed that in 10 years, we have increased by 11.3 million at a growth rate of 2.9%. And this is the distribution by gender. So females are 53%, and male are 47%. Later, when you delve much into the issues of life table, you will see that ladies have high chances of living longer than their male counterparts. So I think that's why this ratio is like this. Can we move on? This is the distribution within the age groups. You can see we have very many young children. They are 50% of the whole population of 45.9. The youth, 18 to 30, they are 23%. And the people above 60, there are very few here. It's 5%, but there is a group that we have not put here, the 31 to 59%, where the majority of you are, is 21.5%. 31 to 59. So, Honorable Minister, you can see, can we go back to that slide? You can see that you have a very big task to plan for this 50%, the school-going children, and also to prepare for them post-education. The other cases on these 18 to 30, where are they? What are they doing? And how are they? We shall be giving you that information. We go to the population pyramid. This one is the description of how we are spread by the 5-year age group. And those who are 85 plus, you can see them there. The ones in blue are males. The ones in purple, the other color are female. We move. Total number of households. And you know how we define a household. A household is not just a structure. The household is where a group of people live and eat from the same pot. It's not equal to a family, because there are non-family members. Even non-family members can form a household, as long as they are living under one roof and eating from the same pot. And this one has grown from the 7.3 million households that we had in 2014. Now the other one is a distribution. We have from one person household you can see it from below, the percentage distribution. So 5%, 5 in 100 households are a one person household. And the biggest you can see on blue, the 5 persons and above households. Then the 4 persons are in yellow and 3. So our households are largely between 4 and 5 persons. Can we move? We have attempted to provide the daytime population of cities. Of the 11 cities we have, you can see Kampala during the day has 2.5 million. And those who stay in Kampala is about 1.7 million. So they get 800 more people during the day. And since the activities are during the day, the cities need to start planning using day population. And I hope the KCCA authority will pick this number. The others are given that way. Next. You can see the Uganda is a religious country, and the majority are Christians, 84.3. Muslims, those who practice Islam, are now 13.6. They have reduced slightly by 0.1% point. I don't know whether they are also now moving to Pentecostals. Later, my colleagues will give you the detail of those who are in Christianity. Who are these? The Roman Catholic, Church of Uganda, Pentecostal, Seventh-day Orthodox. They will give you the detail, but that's how we are. Move. Now, these are the selected indicators. So they are trying to tell us that we enumerated 99%, but I know it's 99.2. I don't know where the 0.2 has gone. The population that knows how to read and write in any of the languages is 74%. The literacy rate, but we want it to be 100%. Right, Honorable, the desired number is 100. The fertility rate, this indicator measures the women, the number of children a woman in her reproductive age can produce. So average is 4.5%. It has reduced from 5.2% in 2014. So now I think either or two things are happening at the same time, that the economic development that's going on is making women prefer not to procreate. And the other one is that the reason why families make choice to procreate and why the less developed countries have more children is that they fear that the children will not live up to their 5 years. They want to continue producing such that by 5 years old, they have somebody who look after them in old age. But if what we shall see, other elements are in place, and children are no longer dying, then there is no appetite to continue producing many, especially if vaccination and others is in place. We shall give you all of those indicators that are driving this. The other one is the life expectancy at birth. This one is that a child born now, today, at the census night, has a chance of living for 68.5 years. It has moved from 63.7 in 2014. So you can see this one is a very important welfare measure. That people are living longer, there is a longevity. And it doesn't happen by accident. We shall be showing you in terms of gender. I know Grace is interested in saying, where are women? How are they doing? Women, according to this census, live much longer than their male counterparts. And Helen will be giving us that data. The other economic indicator is unemployment rate. You can see it's 30.6%. Then households that have access to improved water source for drinking. This improved water source includes protected wells, boreholes, piped water, and rainwater. We are not, for drinking, we are not including mineral water. It is the other one. So it has moved to 81%. We have a comparison of this and the other centers. Now, households that have clean energy for lighting. Clean energy for lighting. The clean energy includes grid, hydro, solar, thermal, and other sources of clean energy, 76%. We shall be showing you in detail, and the report has the detail. Grid energy is 25%, solar energy 28%, and other. So right, Honorable Prime Minister, the grid energy consumption in households is still low. It is 25%. We needed to distribute more electricity into households since we have generated more. That electricity has solar, which I'm saying is 28, and the grid, the umeme, is 25%. 1 in 4 people. Now, households who reported that they are in any agricultural activity is 62%. 6 in 10 are in agriculture. And there are so many other indicators you will see from Dr. Senono. Now we were asking mental questions. We had a very big debate. I remember after the census, after the first day, some commenters were saying, why are we asking people why they are stressed? We wanted to know the level of distress is here. So those people who reported that they could be having psychological distress, aged 10 years and above, is 18.4. I think later the experts will be explaining what this one means in the panel discussion. We'll go ahead. This one I had finished. I only want to talk about the last group, the enumerators. Do you have any representative here? These ones did a very great job, and they need serious recognition here by hand club. With their supervisors, each enumerator had about, each supervisor had about 6 enumerators they are supervising. And we also had special group, special category enumerators who went to the barracks, the police, prisons, UPDF, and the Wildlife Authority. Then foreign affairs staff, they enumerated the diplomats. We all recognize them and the other people. So for the enumerators, I think the majority of them, about 98%, have been enumerated. Those who have not been paid need to send in their accounts. Because I found out that the mobile numbers, many Ugandans have phones that are not in their names. And many Ugandans don't have bank accounts. So we are going to find a means of reaching them and we pay them out this month in October. We have the money. Honorable Minister has given us the money. They should not think we have eaten it, but we want to be careful to make sure that we pay a person who worked. Not Mukiza working and the phone he has provided is for his wife or his mother or sister, no. But now we're going to handle them. So I think with this, I want to call upon Helen to come and give us detailed data on the population, on the people. Helen, who is coming, is the Director for Population and Social Statistics. And is a guru. But before I sit, I want to recognize my pastor. You made a very good play, and I was proud of you because when we were together in Amiryanga, I didn't know that you would become a pastor. He's my OB. I have another OB who is representing the Archbishop, Balam. For recognition. And the other OBs who are here, you can see when we are doing mathematics, we are not joking. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, the Executive Director. I would request to stand on the existing protocol. We continue with the presentation. First, I'll talk about population composition, and we are focusing on those three: religion, tribe, and then marital status. I request for support. I think it's hard. Okay, today we have the following religions. These were being provided with all our stakeholders and the Interreligious Council. We have right from Roman Catholic up to others. There are some other religions which are not shown here, like Baha'i, and among others, the Hindu, and so on and so forth. So what we have is that today, in 2024, we note that the majority of our population belong to the Roman Catholic faith, where we had 37.4% of the Catholics, but a slight reduction from 39%. For the Christians, we are seeing a slight reduction, and of course, the same for the Anglicans. We are seeing a slight reduction. Technology is failing. Okay, then we have the Pentecostals, whose percentage rose from 11.1%, and today in 2024, they are at 14.7%. Yeah. So next we talk about tribe. These are the tribes. Here we decided to give the numbers. And we note that in Central Region, the Baganda, followed by Banyankore, the same pattern of 2014 is what we are observing in 2024, 7 million, followed by 4 million, and then followed by the Basoga, which was the third largest ethnic group. But we also have other tribes, and these constitute about 8.9 million. So we talk about the ethnic minority, and those, the least populated were the Bakenyi, who were just 101,000, and then the Mvuba, which was 382. These tribes were provided as included in the Constitution. We collected information on marriage. Here we are not looking at who has a marriage certificate. Here we are not looking at whose dowry was paid, but we are looking at people in union. This is a very key important variable, and we are looking at population aged 15 plus disaggregated by sex. Why? Because once you are together, for us demographers, you're already susceptible to childbearing. So this is a very important group. Not to say that we are promoting being for people to marry at the lower age. The law is very clear, no. But we are saying, look at this population. We have a big population, and these are some of the confounders of our results. Yes. So we continue. So we also collected information on birth registration. We have the Registration of Persons Act by NIRA, but our focus here is that we asked every Ugandan, irrespective of age, whether they had a birth certificate. And here we were referring to we collected information which has been disaggregated by whether it was a short certificate, a long certificate, or whether you had a notification. And we understand the law has changed in that if you have a short certificate, you're still in transit, you need to have a long certificate. today we regard a short certificate as a notification form. And these are the results. We note that 11% of our children under 5 had a long birth certificate. And if we look at the recent ones, who does it within a year, 9.8% of those children who are below 1 had a long birth certificate. Next, we look at education and literacy, and we begin with the distribution of population by the various ages. I request to be support. Okay. Here we are looking at the distribution, not going to school anywhere, but we are disaggregating the population of school-going age. We know that we have pre-primary at 3 to 5. What is the composition to the total population? We found that 10% of the population, 10.2% of the population is in the age group of 3 to 5. So before we give you the results in education, this is the distribution of the population. Most of the population is concentrated in the age group 6 to 12, where we have 20% of the population, whereas the lowest was for the tertiary. These are key age groups, and we are leaving out other population age groups. So, and this is the distribution of the 3 to 5 years. This is what it means for the population, like in Central Region, in Ankole, in Toro. What is that percentage of the children aged 3 to 5 years? Not attending, but just the distribution. And colleagues, I don't know if you could support me. Then here we talk about the net attendance ratios for primary school education. And we note that this is the net attendance. A child is supposed to be in primary if she's aged 6 to 12 years. But we know there are some who start at 5 and some start late, or they're even at 15 years, they're still in primary. But here we are focusing only on who is attending at the right age. We find that the highest percentages are in Uganda with 71%, 71.5%, and Bukedi, and then the Elgon region and Chigezi. But overall, 66%, 66.8% of the population who are 6 to 12 years were in primary school. Then we look at the secondary school. It is supposed to be 13 to 18. This is attending at the right age. We find that the percentages go lower, the net attendance ratios. We find that overall it is 22.3%. This doesn't mean that there are other children or this is the only age group attending school. We are saying these are the people who are attending at the right age of secondary school. And if you see the distribution, it follows the same for primary school. Karamoja has the lowest, and Acholi has 14.2, while West Nile had 9.2. And of course, we see the Central Region in Uganda, they had the highest. Then we talk about education attainment. Here we are looking at the population which is aged. Not everyone is supposed to be in school, but we have increased the level to 10 years because there are some late starters. And let us look at the attainment. We are waiting for you. So we realize that we have gender disparities, especially for those who have not attained any formal education. We find that 24% of the women who are aged 10 years and above are not anywhere in school, while for men it is 19.2. And if you look at those who had attained some primary, the rates are higher for the men, which is 39.5, and for females it was 37.7, whereas the population that had completed primary education, we don't have gender disparities. It is 11.5 for men and 11.4 for women, and so on. So the adult literacy is having ability to read and write in any language with understanding in any language. So these are the literacy rates. Then here we are looking at the population who are out of school, and we note that the darker shades show that the percentage is bigger, so there is a very big problem. SDGs, we are saying leaving no one behind, but we have left this population behind. I'm not saying intentionally, but this is what it is in terms of the distribution. We find it 74.2% in Karamoja. Children 6 to 12 are not in school, whereas in Kole it is 19.5, in Uganda it is 18.8, and in Bukedi it is 22.4. And in Bunyoro it is 25.7 are not in school. So the sub-regions of Karamoja, West Nile, and Acholi, that is the distribution. So then we had the community questionnaire, and in the community questionnaire, we would have opinion leaders at every LC. And we would ask for information whether the LC has services, whether schools, whether hospitals, and that information was aggregated at parish level. And when we look at all the parishes, how many of these have education institutions? So if there was any village that indicated that they had any school, then that parish would have a school, even though others wouldn't have. So, and it doesn't mean that even though you had more than one school, that parish should be counted once. Our guest of honor, we have today more than 10,000 parishes. And we are saying that overall, 89.4% of the parishes have at least one primary school. Why are we looking at this? The education white paper, the current law is very clear. We need at least a school at every parish, and a secondary school, a primary school at every parish, and a government secondary school at every sub-county. So these are the results. So at sub-county level, overall, 70.8% of the sub-counties are indicated that the information was collected at LC level, but aggregated upwards. We had a secondary school, and this is the distribution. We realize that in terms of education facilities, government is the lead provider of these services. And then we have some information on health characteristics, and we collected information whether the household had a mosquito net. Of course, there was another question whereby if you had a mosquito net, at least one, here we were measuring service delivery. Who gave you the net? Did you buy it? Was it an NGO? And we find that 85% of those households that had mosquito nets had been provided by government. And then we have that distribution, the other side. So we also asked information at individual level, whether a household member at individual level was covered by health insurance. We note that overall in this country, the level of health insurance is 1.1% for everyone. And we note that the lowest percentage was covered in Bukedi sub-region, whereas the highest was in Chigezi sub-region. So each household which was visited, we identified a respondent, an eligible respondent, and we took the particulars. We noted the ID of this particular person. So this respondent, we asked a series of questions on their perception, measuring their knowledge and attitude about some of the statements which we were provided by Ministry of Health. They have done lots of messages, IEC, over the radio, community mobilization, and so on. Are they reaching the media? Are they reaching the target audience? Detailed analysis can be done later to know how many women, how many age groups, how many youth have knowledge of certain things. But this was about the outbreaks. If there was a fever of 5 or more persons in the same household or nearby households, would you classify this as an outbreak? Then the respondent would tell us it is a yes or a no. And these are the results. It is only for the person who was responding for the members of the household. In most cases, it was the household head. So those are the reasons. And we also asked information at the community level on the availability of health centers. And we note that overall 15.5 parishes had at least a health center. They could have had more than one, but most of these health centers are government owned, in the sense that more than 3/4 were for government. And you can see the distribution, but where the founding body was a religious or community or NGOs or private. Then we also asked about information at the health facility. So colleagues, this was not only knowledge about whether you had a health facility in the sub-county. We would ask you to go to the health facility, collect some information about the health facility to be sure that you have reached there. And these are some of the results. Overall, more than 50% of the health facilities at least have a health center 3. This is the recommendation by Ministry of Health. And we note that 86.8 of these health facilities are government owned, while 13% are from the private. So we asked information about disability and mental health, and UN, the World Health Organization in 2001 has the most recent classification. We classify occupation, we classify industries, we classify businesses, we classify diseases, and we also classify disabilities and health conditions. And these are grouped according to the 6 domains, whether you have a difficulty seeing, whether you have a difficulty hearing, whether you have a difficulty had probable bipolar affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad we have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at the health facilities. So that's why you have those non-committal statements. Glad you have the experts that will be able to say that. Probable bipolar levels affective. We are using the term probable because here there are no experts to do more thorough screening, because we understand this is usually done in the community with experts or at Here we look at the net migration. In some areas, you find that the number of out movers are more than the number of removers. So you have a positive change. Going out are less than if you look at where they are going out of the country, or you separate, and they are much more than those who are coming in. Even somehow areas, you find that the number of out the other side, they have more than the number of removers. Individual level, whatever to classify you whether you are, and where do we find most of the refugees? Because there are some refugees and there are some important to note that in Europe, children die before they celebrate their first birthday. Die before they celebrate and it is the same pattern for the infant. These are children Before they celebrate they celebrate their back and it is the same it is for the human rights. These are different, but the household and the last 12 months. The information by age, whether it was a child, even with a human adult, was a we are singling out females. We are talking about pregnancy and the last 12 shy back and the child is
Right Honorable, allow me, right Honorable, established protocol. We present the second part, which leads to what have we been doing in terms of the and one of the issues I'm going to present about information and communication, right, that's the outline. Allow me, right, already established. Remember, you note that the information on the second part of mobile phone, what have we been doing, of the individual. And one of the areas I'm going to present all about the mobile and communication. And this was that very outline. outline from 38-43% of it. Members, you note that this information on by the second time of this information was applied by the videos all and one of the and this was actually how this area from 38-43% of it. Members, you note that this information on by the second time of this information was applied but also wanted to know the number of households with at least one and we note that about 810 households from Uganda have at least one. Members, you note that the radio the second about in every house. The computer is the not about allow me also the computer about a slight we know that the main using an based on the 20% the computer is actually to work about a slight but also about 10% of the individuals will not use it for using an based on the members the computer is actually to work about like but also about use it. As the main source of information, members are from 55% about like increase from 20% every house 22% use it. As the main source of information, members are from 55%. Prime Minister also want to note that people calling deliver information to the house from 7% to 10%. And the main similarly television has also added from 7% to 5%. Prime Minister want to note that the house 7% access house has also using internet banking still low. Sales and advertising more still very low. Internet banking collected information. Sales and advertising internet banking collected information and the work about the working age while internationally the law, while members also allow me to present information about working. Working means can be either age or self-employed. According to Census 2020, nationally, out of the working indicated that they are working. Many different information about the work engagement. Working means like work either age or self-employed. Also found agenda by Honorable Prime Minister and members, unemployment is an issue, but we use the internationally recognized concept. You must be without work, available for work, and you are looking for work. We note that 12.6% of the population aged 14 to 64 years are without work, available for work, and are looking for work. And we see a relatively higher percentage of females looking for work compared to the males. 11 for males and 15 for females. Members also collected information about the youth unemployment. We note that the youth unemployment is 16% for those all youth aged 18 to 30 years. They were unemployed. Members note the variation in the unemployment rate over regions. We see Western Nile has the highest number of people without work, available for work, and are looking for work. And also Okedi, Erigon, and Usoga. We see lower unemployment rates in Chigezi, Ankoli, relative to Toro and Buganda. Members, we also need to note that there are people who are not looking for work, but given an opportunity to look for work, they are available for work. So that means the number we presented in the previous slide is those only have the three conditions: without work, available for work, and looking for work. But if you are available for work and not looking for work, or you are available but not looking for work, then you are what we call the potential labor force. If a job happens, you will work. And this is, we see 14.4% of the population aged 14 to 64 years are either available for work or looking for work. Again, members, we note a gender difference in males and females. We see a higher number for females compared to males. Similarly, we also see a higher number for youth compared to the national average. Members, labor participation rate is a concept of labor which combines both those who are working and the unemployed. And this is what they say, the labor force. And it stands at 43%. And we see, as already mentioned, we see a higher labor participation rate for males compared to the females. We see more persons or individuals aged 14 to 64 years who are in the labor force. Is majority of them we see highest in Uganda and the lowest in Uganda. Members, allow me present the labor-related concept for youth, which is also indication of the performance of the labor market in any given country. These are, we refer to the net, the youth who are not in employment, education, nor in training. And this represents about 51% of the youth. And we see high number of them are in what? In school. Sorry, not that this 51 does not include those in school. Those who in school are captured as part of what? Percent. And those who are in employment are captured as 35%. And we see a regional differences. The highest net is in Karamoja, and the lowest is in the Uganda, Ankole, and the Kigezi. Members, we also collected information on household characteristics. And below, these are some of the indicators. Members, you note all notified is 66%, rented is 25% free and others. But also note that majority of the households use what? Use iron sheets. And the majority of the structure of the walls is 61%, meaning that 6 in every 10 households, which were covered in the census, used bricks as wall. And we say that 3 in every 10 households visited in the census had a cement screen. And we say that majority of the household where they are staying, they own the dwelling. As already mentioned by the chief statistician, we have household access to improve is 81%. But members to note, there is what we call regional differences. Again, you see the lowest in terms of access to improved source for drinking is Karamoja, and the highest in Uganda. And also note that most of the, what we call the safe sources for water for drinking are within 1 kilometer. So this is already mentioned. You see most of them are within the 1 kilometer. Next. Also collected information about sanitation and hygiene. This is toilet use. Also, what we note that improved sanitation does not include shared toilets. So when you share toilets with the neighbor households, even if it is improved, you are not using an improved what? Sanitation facility. But we note that 28%, 3 in every 10 households share the toilets. And 7% don't have any sanitation facility. And as you can see from the regional differences, the 7% is mainly contributed from areas of Karamoja, whereby 60% of the population in Karamoja don't have a toilet. As already mentioned by the chief statistician, solid fuel for cooking is 91. We still use either firewood or charcoal for cooking. And members, only households which have clean energy and technology for cooking is 4%. What does it mean? It means the fuel, you may be using a stove which uses charcoal, but an improved one. Therefore, you are using charcoal, but you're using an improved, then you are included as clean. But though it is only 4%. But already mentioned by the chief statistician, for lighting is 76. And we note that grid, as already mentioned by the chief statistician. Can you move? We see that grid electricity is highest in Uganda and followed by Ankole and less in West Nile and Karamoja. But this is based on 10th May 2024. The situation might have changed after the link of West Nile to the grid. We see that in some areas, the level of solar is higher, concentrated than the rest. You see more solar concentrated in Bunyolo, Toro, and Ankole. And this is the combination of the two, where you either have grid electricity or you have what? Solar. And this, the overall is 53%. Also allow me to present more indicators on the economy, and below are some of the indicators we collected. One of the issue of subsistence economy is key. I'll not go through each one of them, but this is the objective way of measuring the household in subsistence economy. And the census intentionally collected information of these variables. And those who are interested to understand one by one, they are explained well in the main report. Members, you note that based on the census 2024, the proportion of households in subsistence economy is 33%. The reference we can talk about is the previous household survey, which gave us a proportion of 39%. but earlier in 2014 census, we had 69%. And we see members, the highest proportion of households in subsistence economy are in Karamoja, West Nile, Acholi, Lango, and Teso, while we see less proportion of household in subsistence economy lower in the Kigezi, Ankole, Tolo, and the lowest is Buganda. What constitutes the 33%? We see that agriculture, it takes that proportion, takes 25%. Subsistence wage earners, they are members who earn by a day. Being a wage earner does not mean you may not be in subsistence economy. I think this is something not, and it happened in the COVID-19, where people, after losing one day, they could not feed their family. So it is not only agriculture, but includes all other sectors where household members cannot able to meet the minimum requirements for their well-being. Ownership of clothing is also another indicator of household well-being. And we note that Karamoja had the lowest in terms of at least two sets of clothing. And we also note that it is also the lowest, at least pair of shoes. And where we consider both, it is also the lowest. So you note that Karamoja, in terms of these welfare indicators, are not doing well. Also, ownership of assets is an indicator of household well-being. And we note that ownership of the household, ownership of land is important. But in terms of ownership of land, we see that more men own land compared to females. This question was asked on whether an individual owns what? Land. It was not at household level. It was an individual level. And 17% of the population indicated that they own land. Members, we also collected information on remittances. And we see that about 155, 200 individuals indicated, households indicated that they received money. And overall, in terms of money, in terms of goods, and we see that most of the people who said they got money were from Buganda, followed by Busoga, Boked, and the lowest was Kigezi in terms of money. But in terms of clothing, we see in terms of other goods like clothing, food, and the rest, we see Karamoja having more of the goods than money. Members, the census also collected information regarding financial services, and the issue of saving was one of the key questions was asked in the census. And the findings indicate that 58% of the individuals aged 16 years and above were saving in a formal way. But we also note that of the persons aged 16 years and above, 41.7% don't save at all. And we see mobile money, bank, and the rest. Members note that the individual is multiple. So you can have mobile money, you can have this, you can have support. So when you combine all these, you get 58%. Members, also allow me present some information about government programs. And one of them is 23% of the households that are in subsistence economy have received TDM funds. So we also note that search for 8 years and above, we see 18%. For special grant for older person, 7%. Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, 0.5%. And the Youth Livelihood Program, 0.4%. And the Operation Wealth Creation of 0.4%. Members, as already mentioned by the executive director, we collected information on the community to find out whether they have these financial services in their communities. And these services, we had their GPS location. So some of the services which don't have identifiable location could not be captured. So the interest with only those with identifiable location. And we see majority of them use more of mobile money and also village saving schemes than commercial banks and the banking agents. I can continue. Members, we also selected some characteristics about environment. And these are the few areas which we are going to present. Also, we collected information about availability of natural water bodies. 60% of the communities indicated that they have natural water bodies, but 27% of the communities indicated that these water bodies were encroached and degraded. We also note that about 68% of the communities indicated that they have wetland, but 51% of those who indicated that they have wetlands, they were encroached on and degraded. We also noted that 44% of the communities indicated that they have natural forests or woodland, but 37% indicated that they were encroached on and degraded. Other issues in the community captured during the census is about rain seasons. And we note that 76% of the communities indicated that there's change in the rain seasons. And 42% of the communities indicated an increase in temperature. And famine or drought were reported as the highest disaster, climate-related disaster reported by the community, and it stood at 64%. Members, we also collected information on e-waste management. And this is the first time in the Bureau we are collecting such information on e-waste management. And 19% of the household had a household member with non-functional electronic or electrical equipment used for disposal. So they're not using them, but they are keeping them in the house. And this is something disaster to the household. And one way of disposal of e-waste is burning, mixed with other waste, kept waste at home, and also sold at 8%. But also 2% indicated they are collected by government collectors. This is mainly in municipalities and cities. Members, as mentioned by the chief statistician, we have 168 questions. So we may not present everything, but allow me to present also information on the children. As already mentioned by the director, Madam Helen, I'll not repeat that one. It's already covered. But what is important is the proportion of children who have either lost either one of their parents, and it is 13%. Normally, what we call orphanhood is 13%. And we note that orphanhood is higher in Karamoja, Acholi, West Nile, and least in Uganda and Kigezi. Also, it is important, I may not repeat, but it's also not for the children. We look at children who are 6 years, they're supposed to be in school, but already mentioned by Madam Helen, but I also need to just mention that we have a gender difference in the children. And we also have a problem in rural areas. Next. Already mentioned, but it's important to note that this one is extremely important, but already mentioned by the director. Next. Well, it is important to note that children are not supposed to be married. They're supposed to be in what? In school. But we note that children who aged 12 to 17 years, 7.1% are married off. Also, we collected information about children living condition, and in line with what is already presented earlier, the behavior of children in living in areas where they are living in not in improved sanitation is again higher in Teso region. And we have more people, children, sorry, living in Teso region where the sanitation in terms of improved water is better compared to Ankole, Tolo, and Nyolo. What does it mean? It means that where children have improved resources, they are more likely to go to school than involved in fetching water. Next. Members, we also collected information on youth, and the most important, we see the distribution. The most important is the distribution of the youth. And we see that majority of the youth to the total population by sub-region. We see that West Nile is taking a higher share of the youth to the total population compared to Uganda. And we also note that 82% of the youth are illiterate. Members, also allow me present the proportion of the adolescents to the total population, because it is important to know this distribution and target them. And we see that Uganda, actually, Lango have the adolescents represents about 25% about of the total population of Uganda. If you have 100% population in Uganda, 25% are adolescents. If we talk about West Nile, if you have 100 number of people in that area, it means that 23 of them are adolescents. And this is important for targeting. We also need to note that adolescents attending school is an important issue. And we see that 17%. This is the last one. Yeah. We can say that the youth, 17% of the youth never attended school. And the adolescents is 14%. And we note that majority of the adolescents and the youth have some form of education, especially some primary education, like from P1 to P6. And we note that the youth only 14% have completed primary. And also note that very few have completed post-secondary. Members, one of the SDG indicators is the adolescent birth rate per 1,000. It means in every 1,000 adolescents, 61 have given birth. In every 1,000 adolescents, 61 of them have given birth. We also collected information about older persons, and we note that older persons are talking about 8 years plus, and we note that among the 80 plus years, 60+ years, they constitute 2.5 million people, and 46% of them are illiterate. 14% of them living in a single person household. They live alone. And majority of the older person live in a larger household. So we see that on average, they're living in 4.2. But you note that 72% of the persons aged 60 years and above depend on subsistence agriculture for live food. Also, members, allow me present the proportions based on the subpopulation. We see Gezi has the highest proportion of people who are 60 years plus, and followed by Elgon and Woked, and the lowest is in Kalamoja, which is 3.7%. Members, allow me also present information about agriculture. For those who are engaged in agriculture, 62% of the households in Uganda are engaged in agriculture. But out of the 62%, 53% are engaged in agriculture mainly for food consumption, and only 17% for sale. This one does not mean subsistence economy. It means I might be having my own job. I have an earning a salary. But in addition to earning a salary, I also engage in what? In agriculture. And mainly what I grow is mainly for consumption. So that is the difference. The other one is economy. This is engaging in agriculture, does not mean engaging for production for sale. Members, allow me present the most grown crops. We note maize is the highest, beans, sweet potatoes, and the list is the cowpeas. We had over 30 crops, which we collected information on, but we presented only this number. And we see that Lango grows more of maize, 73%. Gezi is the highest, growing beans at 69%. And the Eligoni growing banana at 51%. We also collected information on two crops, three crops, and one of them is avocado, mango, jackfruit, oranges, and we note that households are growing more avocado. 10% of the households that grow three crops were growing avocado. Members, allow me present findings from the Census 2024 about irrigation. And the mean irrigation is any means of what? Irrigation, not pump irrigation. So we note that the higher percentage is in Elgon and the lowest is in Teso. But on average, among those households engaged in agriculture, only 3.5% are irrigating their crops or trees. And water for production. We also note, members, that majority of the farmers depend on rain. So you note majority of them depends on rain, but also some have boreholes and also have wetlands. These are community, not at household level, members. These are community indicating what is their source of water for production. We also collected information on livestock keeping, and we see that majority of the household keep chicken and followed by goats, cattle, and overall about 67% of the households keep livestock. Members, we collected information on challenges in regarding crop production, but I'll mention only one. The major challenge committees reported is crop diseases. And the major challenge reported in livestock was safety of animals. Also, members, we collected information on how do people market the agricultural products and the challenges they face. And almost 97% of the community indicated the challenge they are facing is bad loads. Members, we also collected information on food security. And food security is about a household is secure, either have access to food or have resources to buy the food. And we have 4 in every 10 households indicated that they are either moderate or severely food insecure. And the Kalamoja is the highest with the 81%. I've already mentioned, you can see from the Kalamoja is the highest for food insecure, but also we see West Nile also have high proportion of population saying they are food insecure. Members, also allow me present some of other community characteristics, and one of them is violence in the community. And the data was collected on violence, crimes, and harmful practices which are common experienced in the community in the 12 months preceding the census undertaking. And you have already mentioned this, theft, burglary, and robbery was the highest. We also have about 48% of the community indicating that they are facing a challenge of land eviction and land grabbing. We also 33% communities indicated that they are facing cattle rustling, and 25% of the community indicated that they are facing murder challenges. And we see that majority of those who experience domestic violence, 36% of the communities indicated that they're experiencing domestic violence in their communities. And the highest was in Uganda, West Nile, and the Lango. And the lowest was in Tolo and the Ankole. We also asked communities about harmful practices and child-related violence in the communities. And 3.2% of the community indicated that they have female genital mutilation, and 62.6% indicated they have marriages. Members, note, this is not the number of children who are married. This is the perception of communities saying that they have child marriages in the community. That is the difference. You can say the other one gave us a lower number, but this one is the higher number. No, these are the perception of the community. Next. Members, as already mentioned, the census was anchored also to generate a number of SDG indicators. And we note that among the new indicators which are being generated from the census, we have over 20 new indicators in the SDG, which were not previously captured. Honorable Prime Minister, allow me present some of the issues, the step forward for the census. And today we are disseminating the main report, but we are going to have many semantic reports to be produced. And also we are generating district reports. In addition, we are also going to generate small area statistics and also population projection. And lastly, the chief statistician, after the exercise is completed, some of the tablets are supposed to go to the districts for Paris government model data collection. Members, as I conclude, being a digital census, most of the statistics we are going to be in the hard copy reports are going to be uploaded immediately on the OBOS website. In addition, we expect that at the all lower level statistics, as will be guided by the chief statistician, all the information will be uploaded at the both national and the district level so that they can access the data. This data is for planning at the lower level, not to be kept at OBOS. Chair and the chief statistician, allow me to move.
We have presented to you the outcomes from the National Population Census. The data, as has been said, is now available for planning and other purposes. We have displayed the scorecard of the country in the last 10 years. We have seen key improvements, especially in life expectancy, mortality rates, access to clean water, but also some indicators where we're lagging behind. that they require serious attention. And the planners need to take care of this. So we are waiting for the main report, which is at the printer. And the public will get it. The next step again, we are going to put all the data on the website for use. I think it will be ready in the next week. I hand over to the masters of ceremony, but the question and answer session will come after the panel discussion, so that everything is well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think now we know how our population is performing with regard to several sections and dimensions. This was definitely elaborate. And once again, I will kindly request that we give a big round of applause to UBOS team, to the development partners, to the government of Uganda that ensured that this comes to pass. Now you know why these enumerators had to ask a lot of questions, and some of us got annoyed. And at some point in time, we just asked them, but can't you just count the number of people here and leave? Because the questions were so many. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I know that time is not our best ally, and you've been seated for quite long. And I know that you're someone who minds quite a lot about our health. I'm going to request that we stand up for only 30 seconds because we've been seated for the last, I don't know how many hours. Just 30 seconds, stand up and stretch. I have just 4 individuals, Right Honorable Prime Minister, if you could allow me, in just 2 minutes each or less than that, who will be letting us know that as these statistics have been released, what do they mean for the academia? Now that we are planning for a 10-fold growth agenda, what does this mean for Ministry of Finance? We can get seated. I know some of us just stood not to stretch, but we only stood up. But we can get seated again in just a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the leader of government business also has to be in Parliament not too long from now, but we are going to have our panel discussion immediately after our speech, which is not going to be long. But like many have asked, these are just the statistics. The most important thing will be that the decision makers get to use them to make the very best decisions for the population. And allow me right now invite the State Minister for Finance and Planning, who is also the direct supervisor of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Honorable Amos Lugolobi, to come and speak to us. And shortly after that, we'll invite our chief guest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, Chief Guest, colleagues, honorable ministers, members of Parliament, our government partners, the district leadership, members of the different census committees, the board and management of UBOS, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish also to take this opportunity to thank you all for honoring the invitation to be here today. Our chief guest, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and all distinguished guests. My role today is a simple one, that is to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister to address the nation, and later, after half of government, officially launch the National Population and Housing Census 2024 final report. However, before I invite the chief guest to address the nation, let me, in my own capacity as the minister in charge of statistics, seize a moment to congratulate all of you and all Ugandans for participating and embracing the Census 2024 activities up to this level when we are receiving the final report. In particular, allow me to thank UBOS board, the management and staff of UBOS for their tireless efforts in effectively coordinating all stakeholders and putting in place all the necessary structures at all levels for the effective conduct of the census. I think they deserve a round of applause for that. As a minister who is politically responsible for census undertaking, I'm extremely proud today that the country is receiving the final report, a culmination of efforts, including resource mobilization from government and our government partners. One of the biggest shocks during the census undertaking was when, at the start of enumeration, there was a public outcry in some parts of the country citing the malfunctioning of the tablet. Remember, this is our first digital census. However, there was the coming of the storm, with UBOS assuring the public that all tablets will do the job as programmed and live up to their word. In the end, we had a seamless enumeration process cancelled. This reflects the benefits. Of working as one government, as the ED or the commissioner of the census earlier indicated. That said, I'm sure we are all familiar with the importance of statistics in enabling planning, monitoring, and measuring success of government programs. And indeed, you must have seen where we are doing so well and where we still to do a little more. So these results are speaking to exactly that, for which we are retiring the NDP3 and ushering in the NDP4 very soon, both of which are premised on quality data for successful execution. I'm therefore glad to note from the census results an increasing trend of transformation across sectors, yielding improvements in the welfare of our people. For instance, we should all be happy about the reduced prevalence of subsistence households, which has reduced from 69% in 2014, when we did the last census, to now 33%. I think that's a good achievement. If you mean clapping, please do so. Our priorities over the last 10 years have reduced the rate of prevalence by more than half. From a political lens, this reflects how much Ugandans have appreciated the NRM government gospel of transforming every Ugandan into the money economy. Remember our slogan on the full monetization of the economy. Ugandans have also taken the mass education message, spearheaded by His Excellency the President, to embrace the 1-acre model and the 4-acre model, that is farming in the Chibalo. Not only boost food security, but also earn sustainable income from whatever size of land they own. With the rollout of the parish development model, I'm sure we shall do better subsequent years and have every Ugandan smiling into the middle income status. However, despite these gains, it is also intriguing to note from the results that 4 in 10 households remain food insecure. As leaders at various levels, we all need to take on the patriotic responsibility of educating our fellow citizens, make use of the comparative advantage we have in the agricultural sector. Not only have enough food for our families, but also commercially exploit this sector through value addition for domestic and foreign markets to boost the country's GDP. In the health sector, the results give us a clean bill of our effort, ensuring that every Ugandan lives in a full life by accessing the minimum health care across the country. We are all aware that government prioritized the rollout of health center phones, frees, and tools in order to bring services closer to the people. As a result, the census have spoken to successes from these interventions. That is, the maternal mortality rate now stands at 207 per 100,000 live births, compared to 380 per 100,000 live births registered in the previous census in 2014, which is a very big improvement. We should therefore commend the government for the consistent investment in the health sector to ensure that no woman dies while giving birth. Similarly, the under 5 mortality rate has decreased to 46 per 1,000 live births, compared to 74 per 100 live births reported in the 2014 census. So that's a very big stride, from 74 down to 46. It is worth noting the gains we have made in the health sector have improved the national life expectancy, now standing at 68 years compared to 63 years in 2014, which was also an improvement from 50 years in 2002. Government has also registered progress in the energy subsector, wherein from the results, we note that 53% of the population now use electricity for lighting, compared to 36% in 2014. This particular statistic is critical in augmenting our environmental conservation efforts, as well as saving health costs from diseases that arise out of using carbon fuels as household lighting options, the use of turnover. Government prioritized the rural electrification initiatives, and will continue to do our best to bring down the cost of electricity by adding more megawatts to the national grid. This is in addition to alternative lighting options like solar and biogas across the country. So, Madam Chief Guest, Prime Minister, it is therefore my conviction that with these results, together with what I have not mentioned, we have just received a good baseline to enable us better address the teething issues which were there around economic development, household income, and in particular, the parish development model. I encourage all stakeholders and all Ugandans to take interest in these results, scrutinize and analyze them further, inform our policies and decisions at all levels of government. And by doing so, we shall serve our people better. With those few remarks, I now take the honor to invite you, Virtual Prime Minister, to address the country, to officially receive and launch the Census 2024 final report. I thank you for God and my country.
honorable ministers, the ministers of state, the honorable members of parliament, the honorable members of state, representatives of our development partners, representatives of the diplomatic corps, boards and management, Nphc, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I delayed because we lost a mother of this country, the wife of the former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Chief Minister. He lost his wife from Nairobi. So I was making preparations to make sure that his body leaves Nairobi to come to Uganda for burial. I want you to stand up for a moment of silence so that we can recognize her contribution to the country. And her soul rest in peace. Honorable members, allow me to bring you warm greetings from the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I believe he must be watching virtually, but he had other commitments. But I'm here to represent him. First, like all other previous speakers, and in my capacity as chief guest, I want to thank all of you for blessing this occasion as we receive and launch the National Population and Housing Census 2024 final report. This is the final report. Honorable ministers, when His Excellency the President officially launched the census roadmap on 12th December 2023 at Kololo Independence Ground, he reminded all of us and the entire country of the importance of census. I mean census data, in ensuring that we answer the key 5 questions that are people-centered. And these are, I am just reminding you, how many Ugandans are we? Where they live? How do they live? What they own? How they access key government services? And today those questions have been answered. He also emphasized that by answering the above question, the census data mirrors a report card on the performance of government in fulfilling fundamental objective of transforming every Ugandan from the peasantry practices into the modern commercial economy. At this same venue, I remember on 26
June 2024, His Excellency the President officially received the Census 2024 preliminary results, which mainly answered the first 2 questions of the 5 questions. That is to say, how many Ugandans we are, and partly how we live. We have been informed that on the same occasion in June, the Census Commission made public that the 2024 Census final report would be ready by the end of September. We are just a few days in October. And that is what it means to use the digital. The digital transformation is already in Uganda. It is therefore gratifying today, as per the promise by UBOS Executive Director, that the nation is witnessing the release of the final report for the National Population and Housing Census 2024 that answers, like I've already told you, all the 5 key questions and all other comprehensive indicators highlighted in the presentation. I therefore want to applaud His Excellency the President, members of Cabinet, members of Parliament, the local government leaders, and all different committees and all other stakeholders who participated in the preparation for the census program as already outlined by the UBOS board chairman, and particularly the leadership of at the Uganda Bureau of Statistics for the job well done. Thank you. I also wish to thank all Ugandans for embracing and participating in all the stages of the census through which we are able to collect data. And this data is quality data. The media fraternity, thank you so much for the work well done. The revelations that come with the census results are power in giving direction to our country. We are able to reflect on what we have been doing, how we have been doing it, and with precision determine the next course of action. This is an increase by 10 million persons from the year 2014 census, when our population at that time stood at 34.6 million people. Undeniably, this increase in population would likely be an outcome of the government's priorities in the health subsector over the years, mainly on immunization and rollout of health center force, the upgrade of health center tools to cities, the construction of some hospitals, and of course some hospitals, others are yet to get, and the regional referral hospitals, including the national referral hospitals. In so doing, government will be able to overcome one of the most intriguing challenges of transforming every Ugandan household into the money economy. Most significantly, going forward, all government ministries, departments, and agencies should utilize this data to remodel their operations to ensure that the most vulnerable, I mean, omuntu wa wansi, benefits as it is the prime target of our NRM government. I would like to implore all stakeholders and the country to study further all the census 2024 final reports, demographic and social indicators, such as life expectancy. As you can see, we now live longer. All of you, according to the census, you are capable of dying after 68 point something years. Abafu abakola ki? The fertility rate has reduced, as you can see. And I believe it is because of the literacy rate. Mortality rates have also reduced. Education attainment levels have increased. Household welfare, among others, to ensure that the people are well sensitized on the importance of embracing government programs in the quest for a better life. The NRM government is here to ensure that every Ugandan appreciates the transformation gospel, and together we can all do it. Honorable ministers and everybody present, as a leader of government business in Parliament, I am in particular interested in understanding the implication of all these economic and demographic indicators that use the population as a denominator, and how these reflect on our sustainable development goals, reporting, and how we can harmonize the local reporting of these indicators for easy understanding by the population. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let us harness the demographic dividend to ensure that the increase in population translates into market advantage for our locally produced goods and services. Therefore, I implore all stakeholders to receive and interrogate these statistics with a view to improving the planning and service delivery in your respective sectors. I mean ministries, departments, and agencies, including local governments, and for the benefit of our population. I also implore UBOS to ensure that this report is widely disseminated at all levels for wider usage and appreciation. With those remarks, I now declare the Census 2024 final report officially received and launched by government. Honorable members, it matters to be counted for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. And simply before you leave, after officially launching and receiving this on behalf of government, I am going to request that you do append your signature right there. You will be joined by the board chair,
Honorable members, it matters to be
for
counted
finance and planning,
for
as
God
well
and my
as
country.
the executive director. I'm going to request, Madam, thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister. And simply before you leave, after officially launching and receiving this on behalf of government. I am going to request that you do your signature right there. So much. You'll be joined by said earlier, one may think the one
Honorable members, in matters become
finance and planning
for
as
God
well
and my
as
country.
the executive director. I'm going to request, Madam, thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. And simply before you leave, I'm going to
Believed you got the Bureau of
I am going to request that you do your signature right there. You'll be joined by the
Honorable members, in matters become
finance and planning.
Ladies and gentlemen, the National Population and Housing Census 2024 main report is officially cleared for dissemination.
Exactly.
As the Honorable Minister signs.
And the Prime Minister clearly emphasized that we need to take advantage of all the positive statistics and make sure that we'll be able to deal with the negatives. It's one thing for us to talk about population increase, but what does it mean in terms of market access for goods and services that are delivered?
As you can imagine, our friends in the media are going to be scoring over this report and dissecting it over not just the next week or two, but for many months to try and dive into as much of the data as you have seen here today. Very interesting things to do with everything from energy consumption to literacy.
Madam Pamela, you are going to definitely be
using.
Yeah, Dr. Pamela, please come.
Be there.
And you will also partake of the group photo.
PS,
The biggest users.
Who needs to be responsible for dissemination as well needs to come. Dr. Zawede, please.
Dr. Zawede, we know that only a few people are using mobile phones. We are still using a lot of word of mouth communication.
You need to come and sign how you're going to make sure that
You
more
know,
people have phones.
You know that there is a lot more work that needs to be done in that regard. So what is word of mouth? You know, there is always a lot of noise on the communication line.
Yeah.
Someone says something else, by the time it reaches the third person, I won't get them a soup.
Chinese.
Exactly. That is the the permanent secretary of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance.
And she's left-handed like me.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Clever people are usually left.
And with those, we will actually be taking our group photo.
Of OPM, of course,
exactly.
PS at
the Office of the Prime Minister, which has been very instrumental in ensuring that this particular one comes to pass. I'm going to request our UBOS team to ensure that our team is well positioned to be able to take a picture.
We'll ask all our dignitaries on the platform to please look at
The first ever digital census in May 2024.
He did.
Yes, I'm going to request right there, instrumental as we take ensuring that this particular one comes to pass. I'm going to request our UBOS team to ensure that our team is well positioned to be able to that. I'm going to request the prisons one. We will do just one stanza.
The first ever digital census in May 2024.
Then one stanza, you might go and as we get to have this. We take note with this particular one. We're still with the group photo. Request our UBOS team to ensure that our team to make sure that well positioned to be able to that. I'm going to request the prisons one. We will do just one stanza of
The
this.
first ever digital census in May 2024.
Statistics that are positive. One stanza so very well and statistics as well as we get to have this.
those are the ones that we need to pick upon. And as soon as we're done with the photo, as we prepare for lunch, we'll get some very quick reactions to what we have had before. And Mildred is going to host a panel of just a few people for just a few minutes. We just get their reactions,
Exactly.
some key highlights from what we can expect to see, and then we'll conclude with the lunch. Let's give a big hand clap to our chief guest, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and to her entire entourage.
And prisons band, let's all stand up. Let's all stand up and take the anthems. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'll request on your way out, if you will allow, to just take a picture. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, as you go, would like to kindly request that you take one more photo on your way out with Dr. Mukiza and
And the
our
team,
chair
the UBOS team,
and the
kindly,
UBOS team. So
right behind the
on the big
Right
photo
Honorable
banner
Prime
outside the
Minister
tent.
on that photo banner right there.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the UBOS board members would like to request that that very last picture with the Prime Minister is with you as well, because with your leadership, this has come to pass. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request the rest of us remain seated for only about 10 minutes. Our lunch is being prepared and we'll be letting you know where we're going to take our lunch. And I hope that your coupons will be served by then, so we can be able to partake of our lunch together.
Right. So as we allow for our chief guest to take this picture with the UBOS team, I'll hand over to Mildred to just get some very quick reactions from a few people in terms of what we have had. Again, a lot of data to process, Mildred, a lot of information to go through. And again, on social media, I've seen Pastor Sepa doing an incredible job on his X accounts. He's been like our official influencer for the launch today. Please give Pastor Sepa a big hand clap. He has many titles. He has been chief influencer for UBOS. I think he's been marketing manager for Data Center in the recent past. So
exactly.
Thank you for making good use of social media for the greater good.
Very right. Ladies and gentlemen, like I say, just give us about 10 minutes because we're going to have just 2 minutes from each of these persons to just let us know how this information is going to be utilized. In no particular order, allow me invite Mr. Joseph Enimo, who is the Acting Commissioner, Economic Development Policy and Research Department, to the front. I'll give you each 1 minute. We'll do it a totally different style. We'll not be seated, we'll stand at some point in time, but please take a seat right there. Allow me to invite Professor Ibrahim Okumu from the School of Economics, Makerere University, how the academia is actually going to partake of this information. Allow me also invite Professor Chinyanda Eugene from the Medical Research Council. A lot of indicators that came in from the health perspective, mortality rates, infant mortality rates, but fertility as well.
So as Dr. takes his place, just a brief reminder, Mildred, as you get the rest of your panel, that we do have a QR code on the screen in case you need to get access to the report. And I'm sure many of you want to go and take a bit of a deep dive into that. So you can just use your phone to scan the QR code and you can be able to share some feedback on the report and any information that you think is important for UBOS to take note of.
And last on my panel, but in no means the least, I'd like to invite Dr. Jonathan Musinguzi, the Director General of Uganda National Population Council, to come through. Dr. Musinguzi, wherever you are. Like I said, we're going to do this a little bit different. And I would like to hear from Mr. Enyimo, starting with you as Ministry of Finance. Number one, even from the preliminary numbers that we had, we've seen that the numbers have reduced by about 20,000 or thereabout, but also there had been an earlier indication that our population would be about 47 million, but it is now less than that. What does this mean for you, and what are the key issues that stand out for you as we plan, especially that Ministry of Finance is now looking at a 10-fold growth strategy? You can feel free to use that or use the podium microphone as well. And I'll ask Ndere Chup, if our chief guest is gone, I'll ask Ndere Chup to kindly hold with the drums.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations to the Bureau for coming.
Or maybe just Mr. Enyimo, you'll ask. Ndere Chup, Mr. Ranjeze, I'm going to request that we hold the drum roll a little bit for the panel session so we can be able to take our lunch in the shortest time possible. Thank you very much, Ndere Chup. Back to you, Mr. Enyimo.
Thank you. I was saying congratulations to the Bureau and the entire team that has delivered this. Now, I think what we have here, it is said that data is the new gold. And what UBOS has provided us with through this digital census is a very rich resource for public investment management. It has, of course, delivered very vibrant information on record time. But beyond this, we see that with the georeference maps, we'll be able to better monitor, but also manage the public asset register. That's very important. And in the case of the parish development management information system, I think that the credibility of the data there and local area statistics and planning will be taken to a totally new level. But in terms of the major takeaways, really from the Minister of Finance, number one, this data confirms that we are witnessing a structural change in Uganda's economy. Structural change meaning that more labor and other factors of production are transitioning to activities and sectors with higher, greater, the share of the labor, or not the labor force, but the share of employment in agriculture has reduced from 72% to 62%, 10 percentage point decline. That is very significant. Country. It means, of course, that you have a higher productivity, but also higher income to facilitate savings. The other key result we take away from here is that the social economic transformation that underpins a lot of our economic management strategy is yielding gains with the reduction of the share of households in the subsistence economy. I think that's also another milestone. As you're aware, this effort is costing a lot in terms of public investment. Government has been very proactive and you could even say aggressive in the way that we have extended the capitalization of households to become active economic agents. I think the other big one, which I would see as a celebration, which says a lot, is really life expectancy, because it embodies a lot of aspects of public investment, but also just governance and the investment climate in the country. I would also pick away, you asked about the tenfold growth. There are major implications here. The demographics tell us a lot about the potential of the country to take. Under the tenfold growth strategy, we are targeting to double the ratio of savings to GDP from about 20% to 40%. Now, that is not very easy to do when the dependency ratio is high. And so we are seeing that as household sizes become smaller and as the share of the working population increases, it means that you have more people able to save, and I think the data confirms that about, they say 58% of people are saving through formal mechanisms. So that's very big, because to finance the tenfold growth agenda, we are really looking to mobilize this money from savings in the economy and then also have to save. I would also say this data presents UBOS with an opportunity to begin a process, I believe, of eventually rebasing our GDP to help us understand the up-to-date structure really of economic activity in the country. The data we last used, I think, is 16, 17, and that will let us know what has changed about the composition of the economy. I think I'll pause there for now. There are other things to do with the way we do and target public services. The ratios about how many parishes have a school and the rest have a lot to do with the whole agenda of reducing inequality, but also ensuring that we achieve the minimum service delivery standards that government has set out for itself. And that, of course, guides the whole budgeting process. So if I may, I'll pause there for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nimo, and I'll definitely return to you just later on as you do your wrap-ups. Especially one thing I did realize is there needs to be a lot of restructuring, especially with regional indicators, that some regions are lagging behind on so many things, while others seem to be performing much better. But allow me move on to Professor Eugene from the Medical Research Council. And any of you looking at issues of life expectancy getting better, maternal mortality, infant mortality reducing, but what do these also mean? Because when you also look at the percentage of productivity of women, for example. Okay, all right. Okay, please, do you want to go right now? Or, okay, go ahead, yes.
I'd like to make a comment about the statistics on mental health. I'll say that if I look at our statistics that were released today and compare them with the global burden of disease study of 2019, the statistics, the global burden of disease reported by 100,000, prevalence by 100,000. In 2019, they reported the rate of 12,600. We are reporting, if we convert our 18.4%, if we convert it into a figure into 100,000, it comes at 18,400, which, given that there was COVID after 2019, I mean, this figure is similar. It's similar to what the global rate is giving for the Eastern African region. But
that is on issues mental health, right?
Mental health. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So then on the issue of the different disorders, I know the government of Uganda, because I'm the board chair of the hospital, has been putting a lot of emphasis on severe mental illnesses. But what this report is showing us that there's a big burden of the other disorders, anxiety disorders, depression disorders, which actually contribute to the biggest component of the burden of mental health disorders. So there's a need also to develop primary mental health services in the lower health facilities. So that's my dictate, that we need to, while we have been doing very well in rolling out the tertiary mental health services in the National Referral Hospital and the regional hospitals, we need to also put attention, put resources to developing primary mental health services where many of the people are living.
Maybe I'll give you just a minute to elaborate more on that, especially that you're seated next to the Ministry of Finance. Mental health has been one of the issues we thought could be talked about on the sidelines, but in the recent past, it has become an issue for us to talk about because we've seen suicides of even young adults, of primary school children who have gotten results they never expected and are committing suicide. What more needs to be done in terms of appropriation of funds, especially when you talk about the primary side of mental health conversations?
One of the things that our research has shown is that there are no local words, for example, for an illness like depression, anxiety disorders. So there's a need for health promotion. We need to increase the literacy. There's very low literacy about mental health illnesses. People think these are demonization or whatever, but people need to recognize that these are real diseases that have a cure. So there's a need to invest more in promotion, but then there's also a need to bring services closer to the people. We don't have to wait for people to break down and start embracing, and then we bring them all the way from Karamoja to Tanika Hospital. We need to provide services at the primary level, at the health center, so that is where we need more resources.
All right, thank you very much. Let's now move on to the academia, how these statistics will influence the way work is done right there. And I would like to come to you, Professor Ibrahim.
You boss? There wasn't statistics at that time. But even then, what can you control?
Do you mind bringing that a bit closer to you so we can avoid this?
Yeah, even then, what we can draw from what you have this far is the fact that there is a supply of pupils
that would perhaps be enrolled into primary education. There's a supply of students that would enroll into high school education. I would also like to say that there's potentially a supply of persons that would enroll into university education. As of this year, I'm informed that Makere has only 500,000 graduates, meaning that there is a significant proportion of Ugandans that need to pick up skills, and within the education sector, certainly all we need to do is ask ourselves the question: how can we enhance education service provision? Of course, we speak about universal primary education, but the constraints to transition into school might not necessarily stop at tuition. Perhaps we might have to look at other constraints that are not enabling a person to join primary school at the right age of 6. And of course, there is a statistic that I didn't see. The needs, particularly involves primary school going age. I think that is a timing bomb, because for those persons not to have a skill that is tradable is not good enough for such an economy, in the sense that it helps us to have a person above age but unable to actually participate in the production space. So as academia, I mean, what we can build on is enhancing education service provision. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You need more customers coming there. They indeed should be, because while I was looking at the statistic of children who are supposed to be in school but haven't been able to attend, it was quite disturbing. But let me get to Dr. Msingozi. What stands out for you in this detailed report? I mean, there is a lot for us to protect, but of course, from your own perspective, what are the key issues that stood out for you in this census 2024? Please go ahead, feel free to use that particular one.
I wanted your permission to use this because I have instructions from doctors. I cannot bend my neck for too long in one side, so I need to keep it straight. Thank you very much for the question. First, I have some good news and bad news about the census result. Let me start with the good news. Congratulations, Dr. Muguta and your team, the board chair and the board and you both for this very excellent work. I think why excellent? Because not only that you use the digital, but you also were able to correct a lot of the census was very comprehensive. In other words, subsequent censuses and other data surveys don't need to do as much as we have done now. So we have got a very good base from whichever organization wants their own statistics, they can go into that and build on it. And, so I think this is an excellent thing that we have done. And also, obviously, if you need to clap, please clap for them. And of course, the other thing is that going digital means that we can get results as quickly as we want. The second good thing of the good news is that the positive results, very many of them, life expectancy, as we have mentioned, and I think the guru from finance, Joseph Nimo, has talked about this. Life expectancy is a very robust indicator. Some of you who know, you remember 1991, life expectancy in Uganda was only 43 years. We have moved 25 years later, we have gone to 63, gaining 20 years of life expectancy in one generation. This is very remarkable. Even Europe was not able to do it. Here is a developing country, poor country doing so. We have moved, and by the way, as we move on, we are now 68. By the time of elections, those of you who are on my table, some people want to go for elections 2026. We shall have lived 70 years. And by 2030, when we hope we shall achieve the SDGs, Uganda will have joined the rest of the global community to have life expectancy of about 73, which is the average for the rest of the world.
In other words, Uganda will also be joining the rest of the world in terms of life expectancy. This is an achievement, and I think we need to congratulate ourselves. On the side of gender, we have seen the total fertility coming down fairly rapidly, by the way. Those of you who follow statistics, our fertility rate is going down quickly, which is good news. And that means that really, the women in Uganda will produce children who are not women, and therefore they can get involved in gainful employment, and they gain better health. And so I think with all the benefits of fewer children and all the things that we'll be able to witness. And of course, also population growth rate is coming down slowly. We were 3.2 some 20 years ago. We are now 2.9. 2.9 is still high, but it is showing we are in the right direction. So there are a lot of good things that we have had them. But the Honorable Minister of Finance in charge of planning, I have some bad news for you. Not so bad news, but not so good. We have done the easy part. We are going into time when we must do the more difficult work. Life expectancy cannot be pushed up so fast as we have done in the past. Immunization helped us to do that because less children were dying. Mortality has come down, so we be able to move. But right now, you need to focus your investments in areas that are going to make a difference. So the easy part is over. We now start the difficult work. Demographic dividend, the young children that are coming up, we have a huge population of young people. They are going to need jobs. They are going to need education and services. So, Honorable Minister, get ready. This is the time to make sure you tighten your belt as you plan for this country. And so, there are other issues that we need to look at, adolescent pregnancies, early marriages. All these have implications for these young people. Their quality of life and the quality of life of their children. If they start producing children that early, they don't get good jobs, they don't have good education, which fields this has implications. And we need to move that. Adolescent health has been a problem in this country. For the last 20, 30 years, we have not really made progress on this front. And I wish you all the best as you tackle it. Thank you.
All right, maybe Dr. Census, before you leave, any recommendations, it could be to you, boss, to government Ministry of Finance is seated right here as we wrap up this session as well.
I think the Minister of Planning, Minister of Finance, and they are all here. The idea really is to look at the young people, focus on them, put focus investments for a long time, for sustained time, make sure they get good education. And this education, we cannot continue talking about this education we have now. This education needs to be quality education. These guys are going to be competitive on the global platform. They need quality education, good investments there. Make sure you get them, they have employment, they save, then they can be the engine of growth in the economy. The things that Joseph Enyemu is an expert on. Without doing that, we are going to have these young people being the problem in the streets of Kampala. So good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Eugene. I'll give you a minute as well for any recommendation way forward. Like Dr. Msinguzi said, the easy part looks to be done. The harder one is going to you to be able to utilize this information.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as Dr. Msinguzi has said, I mean, the easy part has been done, but what is ahead of us is the harder part. And for me, in the area of mental health, growth in primary mental health services is going to be hard because we need to roll this out in all the lower level health units. Building a few national referral hospitals, a few regional referral hospitals was easy. But taking the services to lower levels in order to have a meaningful impact on the mental health of the community, it's going to be different. It's going to be, a piece of hard work.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, you're scaring us. But those are the realities we have to be paying attention to. Professor Ibrahim, any scary points you want to put across, because that's a reality we have to be dealing with as we get to utilize this information to planning.
What I would say is, now that over 80% of Ugandans are leaders, why don't we include the religious institutions in the policy making framework so that we can tap into that resource? Then the other that's of interest to me is the fact that life expectancy has improved 6 to 8 years, and that the particular statistic for me is the fact that the person over 60, 70% of them are relying on subsistence for purposes of livelihood. Could this therefore initiate on sequencing access to social security, 45, 60 years and perhaps 65 years, something to debate about. So the other I wish to talk about is the fact that can I refer to it as the last mile, the 33% that are stuck in the subsistence sector. My thinking here is that I mean, subsistence means that you are basically living by. It's not typically ideal. And what's fundamental for us is how do we enable them to enhance their productivity? How do we enable them to transition into commercialized production in the interest of increasing population density? And that, of course, speaks to one of the statistics that was raised regarding the business environment. And within this, the bad roads came through. So perhaps the takeaway again here is how can we enable enhancement of productivities among the rural folks that rely on subsistence agriculture for livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Thompson seems to want to respond before I ask Mr. Nimo to close this.
This issue of worrying about increasing the group of people who are elderly. Government already has a program called safety, and we shouldn't worry too much about it now because first of all, they are still very small and they are burden on the country. It's not there. There are ways of, if we have a bigger population, which is over 75, 80, there are ways, there are standard ways of dealing with them and making sure these guys in finance know how to treat these issues in terms of taking care of them. But I think what is where the problem, the issue with Uganda, I don't think it's a problem, it's a problem, but really dealing with the young people. Concentrating on this group of 65 and above, yes, give them whatever you're giving them. After all, as some of us get there, I don't need the government to take care of me as I get 80. And there are going to be a lot of us going there. So the issue of concentrating on these elderly people for Uganda now, yes, plan for them, but after all, the ones who are there going to get there are going to be having needs, what we call second demographic living. But these people, when they get there, they actually property, they are very well to do. The small group that is there now, don't worry too much about it.
All right, thank you very much. I love that you talked about the SAGE program. And one thing we realized is they are lonely, but they are still living. Our senior citizens are lonely and we get to live them with our children. Mr. Nimo, as you get to close this, I'd like you to speak about the regional balance because it creates a little bit of a challenge, especially when you look at poverty ratios, when you look at which regions are in subsistence economy, you'll find that the leaning is to particular regions, Karamoja, Busoga, Teso, and then the well-to-do are also in a totally different section of the country. As we plan for all these government programs, I remember one of the biggest conversations about PDM was the idea of quote unquote one size fits all, which many people asked, is that ideal for these regions? As you also give your partitions.
Okay, thank you. So another way to look at the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is look at us as a fund manager. When you entrust a fund manager with your savings or whatever, what you want is a return on investment. So the results that have been presented here, in my view, are a very good return on the investment of the taxpayers and our development partners. That is something that we need to, first of all, take away, that they have validated that the policy framework implementation with these challenges, yes, but we are getting a return on investment, which we should celebrate. But as you know, in every business, for you to sustain a high return on investment for a long term, you need to study your risk register very well. And in the case of Uganda, what comes through from these statistics, if you notice the kind of risks to private investment, chief among them was drought, pests and diseases. There is crime coming through. Those are things that they deter or they compromise the return on private investment. And it is therefore important that government continues to de-risk the economy so that households can have the incentive to invest, get higher incomes, but also we can mobilize more foreign direct investment by having a de-risk investment framework. The other indicator that came out, which goes to answer your question, is, and if you saw today's headline in the New Vision, I thought that was a very good headline. The share of individuals that reported to be landowners and the households that reported to have, I think it was registered land, it's about 30%. Now we have moved from about 20% in the last 10 years. And what is characteristic about Uganda is, whereas the national average of registered land is about 30%, in the Buganda region, it's as high as almost 60%. But when you look at the Greater North, what some people call the Walk region, West Nile, Acholi, Lao, and Karamoja, it hovers between 3 and I think 5%. So to attract the private investment required to deliver jobs, employment opportunities, we must address ourselves to this issue of land management, security of tenure, because even if you look at agriculture, commodities that have a higher return, whether it is coffee, cocoa, these are commodities that require 20, 30 years in the ground. You're not going to get into that kind of investment unless the security of tenure is there. And so we need to collectively build on the investments we have made in land administration. The fact that today you can check for your title on an app is really good progress that we need to capitalize on. Finally, I would say that the targeting of public services, taking advantage of the digital infrastructure and connectivity that we have established, will, one, lower the transaction costs for citizens to access public services, but also when there is better access to public services, then you are enhancing the savings of households. If you improve the quality of education, water, electricity, people don't have to spend their earnings on these services, and we are able to mobilize those savings and deploy them into the kind of investments that would minimize the burden on government, let's say with an aging population. If you have earned very well, managed your long-term savings, you don't really need to fall back to government in your old age, because you'll have a pension or you'll have assets that are generating a cash flow for you. And so that's the way to think. How do we facilitate citizens to lift up the burden from the public sector as they grow older and as partners really in the investments that need to go forward? Again, like I say, this data is a gold mine. The value from it will go beyond really the information and the press reporting that is going to happen. The respective MDAs, development partners, academic institutions have to dig deep and facilitate informed dialogue and lift up the level of governance as it is driven by evidence from the statistics. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nyemo. Ben, I am wondering, I've been told that lunch should be ready in 5 minutes. I'm wondering if there is at least just two people with a burning question or with a burning response to what we have received today. And I'll give that 30 seconds if I don't have a hand up. I know between lunch and this conversation, there is a lot going on. Ben, did you see anyone's hand up?
I wrote a answer. I didn't see any hand, but what I can say is one,
Oh,
which I will go
this
to,
one here.
is that we still have some time together. We have time to be able to interact. Also, we have that humor report which we will put up. You can be able to ask any questions and we'll get the feedback.
And thankfully, it looks like you already have that too, that I gave.
Thank you so much, and thank you, because Cells. As Professor has said, have the young population, even the youth, about 83.4%. They are both demand and supply. For Professor whom there will be the supply, right? But if I'm a private person, an investor, I can easily say, okay, when I have young people, I can go to China, import books, import pens, whatever. And I will be able to sell these goods at the beginning of the term, right? This young youth will provide the need behind. But there's a missing link. What is going to drive that car? Professor King is an economist with draw these simple graphs, demand and supply in the sector. There has to be the private sector must come into the equation. They must also be demand and supply. They must start thinking about, for example, creating our manufacturing these goods here. So how do we promote our manufacturing industry so that the private sector can now supply those books, those pens, and so on, but at the same time, they create jobs so that they can absorb these young youth that are also providing that demand. So I don't know where the private sector is for this trade and how they reach this number. But I think they will be critical going forward to address young youth.
All right.
Thank you very much. Just one more here. Just to answer your question and add to it. If you are an entrepreneur here and going to the business of making soaps for children, you will make a lot of money. I have a young son who goes through a pair of socks on average every 2 weeks. All the socks that we buy for the school kids are just not durable enough here. So if you can find a way of making socks that last more than one time, you come here and give you money.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, the UBOS team, my OB, Chris. I want to apologize officially for those who opposed the census because of some theoretical problems. Some people are saying it is not in the Bible to do a census, and that really, some people did not participate. So I want to thank you for persisting, and I want to invite that, as my brother suggested, that you invite us so that we can educate some of those who are our people who are not told. Census is of God, even Jesus was born in census. But last point we actually picked from the same. Was very happy to see that born again and Pentecostals are 14%. Now, I have been at Makerere trying to convince them that in the distribution of national resources, the born agains were not there in 1930, 40, when the Constitution of Makerere was made. So born again, who are relatively new, suffer discrimination as a religious minority. We don't have a chaplaincy, we are disorganized. You cannot even tell it who for the private bank. And that is the problem. When you have disorganization, then you have people opposing even the census itself. So my second point is actually coming from the first one. This information is very important for us as we present our cases, religious minorities, so that we can create order. Because when there is no order, there will always be disorder. So I'm very happy to receive it. Please, others whose numbers have gone down, don't feel bad. We are all in the same boat of Jesus. Thank you, Chris. God bless you so much.
For once, I felt like we were in church for a sermon, right?
I know, right? Thank you very much, Pastor. But in statistics, we have something called the sample, that's small n. Just by show of hands, how many people in this place are born again? Just want to see how Oh, okay. Actually, almost more than 14%. So again, you can just see that the numbers don't
Are
lie.
those preliminary results or?
The thing is, though, we don't know if it's the good monopoly or the bad monopoly because you might have both of them.
All right, thank you very much. And I know that we could have had a lot of time to talk more, but I can't stand in between your lunch. I hope that you have your coupon. Allow me officially say thank you to my panel and can allow them to go back. Let's give them a round of applause. As we receive the final sayings of the day and get to have lunch, and like Ben said, it's going to be a time for us to interact more and more.
Yeah, I mean, again, like we've been saying, what we have done here today is launch the dissemination. That means that from this point on, the dissemination now starts, and you guys are the official ambassadors on behalf of people, and we are appointing you to go and do, the dissemination. As you do that, we would like to announce that our lunch is ready, but it's been ready for a very long time. So we're going to enjoy that. However, to ensure that we don't inconvenience you, we're going to kindly request that you remain where you are, and then someone from the Serenity and the Yupos team will come and pick you up from your table, and then they'll take you to the tent so you can be able to pick your meal. We have 6 serving points, so we'll be able to do the serving very, very quickly. The idea is just to make sure you don't have to have a long line and make you stand for a very long time. So just stay where you are. We'll have someone come pick you up from the table. They will then usher you to the serving point. You can then pick your meal, and then you'll be able to come back to the tent here and enjoy your lunch. Also, I'm just being advised that if you're here and you're a DCCR, please stay behind after lunch. Don't go anywhere. If you're a DCCR. If you're not, it doesn't concern you. If you don't know what a DCCR is, then it's none of your business. If you're a DCCR, please stay behind after lunch. We'll have some engagements and activities together with you, and of course our board at Ubos as well. So, you good? Can I take you out to lunch at 7?
Yes, yes, we can go. But ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with the discussion regarding this, because I know everyone is concerned about what concerns them from this. That's why you saw Pastor Sempa is really concerned about the fact that it's only the Pentecostals who are done increase, right?
Absolutely.
So let's continue with the conversation. Let's continue exchanging pleasantries. I'll ask the DJ to give us some music as we have our lunch. Thank you so much.